My kids in Glendale by Phoenix. Ready? Welcome everyone to our regularly scheduled City Council Indio Water Authority joint meeting. This is Wednesday, February 21st, 2024. We will start with our call to order and roll call for closed session. City Clerk will note the members present. We have 2 members absent this evening, Councilmember Ortiz and Councilmember Furman. Moving on to item 2, public comment. This is the time set aside for any member of the audience wishing to address the body to please step forward and make yourselves known. Turn your request to speak form into the City Clerk. Seeing no one step forward, close the public hearing comment period and adjourn to closed session for the items noted in the agenda. Thank you.
Mayor, we do have one conflict that we need to enter into the record for Councilmember Holmes on item 3.1. She owns property within 500 feet of that location, so she will be disqualified from discussion on that one. Since we will only have 2 council members, it'll actually just be a discussion. No action will be taken on that item.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our continuing City Council IWA meeting for February 21st, 2024. We are continuing with our regular session with a call to order and roll call, please.
Councilmember Holmes,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Present.
and Mayor Ramos Amit.
Present.
And for the record, Councilmember Furman and Councilmember Ortiz are absent.
Thank you, City Clerk. Item number 2, invocation. This evening, we have Jason Duff from Garden Fellowship joining us.
Lord, tonight, I just want to thank you so much for the city of Indio, a place for us to live, a place for us to work, a place for us to serve, and we pray your blessing would be upon this city. And I thank you for these leaders who you have entrusted to lead our city, and I pray that you would grant them great wisdom tonight. God, bless our mayor, bless the city council, bless the police department, the fire department, our city manager. I just pray that your blessing would be upon each of these, and you would give them great wisdom as they consider the agenda that is before them this evening. May you continue to bless our city, we pray. In your name, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Duff, and thank you, Garden Fellowship, for supporting us. This evening, we have a special guest to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If Victor Ruiz would come up to the podium, I'm just going to share a little bit about Victor. So Victor's favorite subjects at school are reading, math, and anything to do with history. Very good. He's a 5th grader at Oliphant Elementary. Victor likes to play football and watch football with his dad. That's fun. And their favorite team are the 49ers. Welcome, Victor, and thank you for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We're ready when you are.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a gift for you. I hope you enjoy it and show it to all your friends and let them know how much fun it was to come here. Thank you so much. Our next item is the City Attorney Report on Closed Session.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council did not meet on item 3.1 due to lack of a quorum. There's no reportable action on item 3.2.
Thank you, City Attorney. Item number 5, Youth Advisory Council. No.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tatiana Randolph. Since the last time YAC has attended a City Council meeting, we have had a YAC social, which we attended Food Truck Friday last week in downtown Indio, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us this evening. We always appreciate you being here with us. Item number 6, City Manager Reports and Information.
Thank you, Mayor. There is an item here that we were going to discuss, knowing that all council members are not here, and specifically Councilmember Furman had wanted to be a part of this discussion. So with your permission, we could just put this on the next agenda. If there is some input that the council would like to make even offline as we prepare some discussion on this, we'll just do that at the next meeting.
Do you have something do you have something you're leaning to? I mean, because you put park, building, road.
Yes, in a memo I submitted, the roadway, the changing of a name of a roadway is very complicated.
Right.
So a facility, a building, park type arrangement would be much easier. We do have this beautiful new sports complex that's out to bid now. We'll soon start construction. That's an idea. We have the new library. There may be other facilities, parks that have a street name, but not necessarily a more meaningful name. So if we could defer that until then, that's something to think through of some ideas. Of course, we don't have to do it at all, but it's a suggestion to discuss.
I'd like to ask my colleagues, we do have a public facilities naming policy, and it's been shared with all of the council members in the past. So from my perspective, we follow the policy until we change it as a body. So coming from that point, we wouldn't even have this discussion because we would follow the policy. So and we're not making a decision today, but I think I need to have some input from my colleagues because I don't want to have the conversation unless we change the policy.
And the policy really has, it goes through the community services.
Right, and there's
Commission.
criteria that has to be met, because, you know, historically, over the past 100 years, there have been many people that have contributed to the city of Indio's growth, development, whatever you want to talk about, you know, significant residents that we've had. I don't know that Mr. King has ever been in the city of Indio, but that's why we have a policy, to make sure that we memorialize those that have contributed to our community, and don't forget maybe some that should be recognized.
Besides Mr. King, is what you're
Well,
saying, based
yeah.
on the policy.
Well, based on the policy, yeah.
Okay, so, City Manager, can you dust off the policy
I
and
was
maybe
gonna-
send it out to all of us, email, so we can look it over and have some better discussion on what it is? It is true, if it's gotta go through the process, we really do need to follow the process. Not that I'm against naming anything after Martin Luther King, did great work for our community and continues to have an impact on our lives throughout the nation. But at the same time, if we have a policy that says it got to go to the commission, then it should go to the commission first and then work its way back up.
I agree.
Sounds good. Will do. That's my report, Mayor.
So is that what we're gonna do? We're gonna follow the policy until such time we change it?
Yes, and I have read through the policy just briefly. It would appear that you could consider certainly Dr. King's influence would meet the criteria. It's not localized. The policy seems to give preference to those that may have lived here locally that have passed on. He's passed on and had, you know, global impact. So that maybe splitting a hair there, whether he would be eligible or not, but I assume pursuant to the policy, my interpretation would be he would be.
Yeah.
But that's up to you guys. Another option, of course, is when the sports complex comes, it could be the first one. Pursuant to the policy, we bring it forward and say, this is what the Community Services Commission recommends. Do you like it or not? And at that time, it could be discussed. That might be that would be pursuant to the policy, like the mayor's saying.
Well, originally, the policy was established so that we could come up with a list, a historical list, that we would consider when we had facilities that we wanted to name, not just do whatever's currently the pleasure of the body, but to have a more historical and methodical and thought-out process, to make sure that we don't leave anyone out. And I really would be interested if Desert Sands has plans, or do they have a school named Martin Luther King?
No,
It
not a
seems
school.
odd that they don't.
There might be a wall, a mural.
A mural, okay.
But I'll route the policy again, and we can bring this up at a later date.
Thank you. Okay, so item number 7, report on city council external, internal boards, commissions, and committee meetings, and report on meetings attended per government code section 53232.3D. Councilmember Holmes?
Okay, well, all of my commissions were dark, but I did attend several noteworthy events. I do want to recognize a couple of students, and I don't know what mechanism, Mayor, you would like to do this, and I'm happy to deliver certificates or whatever you think is appropriate. But they won a Do the Right Thing award, and this particular award exemplifies the values that make our community strong. And so there were 2 people from the city of Indio that won this award. I don't have the names handy. I thought I had this on the piece of paper, but there were 2 students. I think one was from an elementary school and one was from Shadow Hills High School that won this award. They were recognized on TV, but I thought it'd be kind of cool to recognize them, you know, either at the council chambers or with a certificate, or one of us delivering it to the 2 students or whatever. But I think certainly congratulations are definitely in order. So I wanted to bring that up and ask for your consideration on that one.
Yeah, I did let city clerk know she could send them certificates. I was just asking, what did they do? I wanted to know what they did.
And so I can contact the folks over in Palm Springs they have this whole program, Palm Springs Cathedral City, to identify, because they have a certain criteria that really shows that they've gone above and beyond and shown exemplary service. So I can get that information. So the other things are just, you know, it just shows how many wonderful things we have going on in the city. We have a new restaurant, Luna's, down there in Jefferson. Wonderful, wonderful place, great and wonderful food. We had a ribbon cutting there. It was great to see everybody. I think all of us as council were there to really celebrate the opening of this really wonderful family-owned restaurant. I had coffee with Kelly at Desert Sands Unified School District. She goes around the district, and this time it was Indio's turn. And so we had coffee with Kelly, met with the other board members, other people, other students, teachers and whatnot. And just she has these meetings to hear concerns, hear what's happening, what's good, what needs to be changed, and just really have open dialogue. So I think she's just an outstanding superintendent, and the district's really lucky. Attended the Black History Month. That was very successful. I was very, very happy to see that, and to see its success and the number of people that attended the Black History Month. It was great. They had a panel, they had music, they had singers, they had booths, they had information. I think it was very successful. I hope to see it grow exponentially in the years to come. I look forward to it being in our city. We did a cleanup at the Arabia Mobile Home Park here. Staff organized it. Thank you, staff, and everybody involved with that. Just to do pick up and clean up and just continue to make our city look a little nicer, a little brighter, a little bit better. And last but not least, the Date Festival, the fair. I went to the fair. That's very cool. It's been significantly upgraded. It was really nice to see that. And the parade. Of course, we were all in the parade, and that's always a blast. And again, what was really special to me is to seeing the number of people that were on the parade route. I haven't seen that many people on that parade route. Of course, this guy was throwing out candy, so they come to get candy. But I haven't seen that many people on the parade route in years.
Yeah, that was very
And
well
I
done.
thought that was very wonderful and very exciting, and I just, just Indio's coming alive. It's our time. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Both of my, all of my commissions actually were dark, but I did have a couple events, the Luna Grill, and you're gonna see a lot more ribbon cuttings here in the next few days, next few weeks, excuse me, in the city of Indio, in downtown and in other locations. So please come on out and support your businesses. Let them know that you care. A lot of these businesses that are open up are family-run businesses, people that want to follow their dream and have put the blood, sweat, and tears into this, hoping that it works. And so we need to support our local businesses. And I can tell you, Luna Grill is one of the places I went when it first opened up, and the food is excellent. It's at a good price, and the service is even better. So when you got great service and great food, we need to support them. And then we also have a program here in the city of Indio where you get cash back by supporting our local businesses. So it's on our website. So please look at that so that you can support our businesses. And then also on the parade, very well done. If you haven't been to the Date Festival in a while, there's a new vendor that is controlling it over the county, but they brought back the dates, they brought back some of the excitement from what it used to be years ago, and have really spruced it up in many ways. And so it's a pleasant surprise, and I think you're going to see a lot of great things. So go down and support your local fair or local vendors, and at the same time get your family out to enjoy some fun, some good food, and trust me, the date shakes were dynamite. So
You found out?
yes, I did.
Oh, I was looking.
So I did. I ate a lot too much, so way too much. And then I'll let the rest of that, Madam Mayor, but I'd like to ask the chief. Chief, I understand that we're getting new vehicles. Or I saw quite a few old ones during the parade and that. Have we gotten our new vehicles yet? And if we have, what have we got and where are they?
We have 20 of the SUVs that are at our upfitter right now.
Okay.
So we anticipate getting those in the next couple of months. And then we also have some Dodge Chargers. I believe we have 6 of those coming as well.
And are these for the troops, I take it?
Correct.
So all these vehicles will be going towards the troops?
All marked cars, yes.
Perfect. Wonderful. And that's all I needed. Thank you, Chief.
So does the council get any of those chargers? City manager, do we get chargers? No?
We can
Oh,
swear
come
you in.
on.
We have an electric vehicle. Thank you, Council Member and Mayor Pro Tem. Moving on to the consent calendar. Would anyone like to pull an item or recuse on an item?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm more than happy to make a motion to accept consent calendar as presented, item 8.1 through 8.14.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Miller, second by Council Member Holmes. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes unanimously with the 2 absent members. Item number 9, administrative items. Tonight is the Rockwell Show. Item 9.1, Independent Auditor's Report and the City's Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for fiscal year 22-23. Mr. Rockwell, Assistant City Manager and Director of Finance and City Treasurer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Saved me some time there. So the city is required to have its financial statements audited annually by an independent auditor. Those statements are contained in the annual comprehensive financial report, which is in your inboxes in case you saw it. It's also available online. And tonight, Ryan Domino, partner from Lansell Lunghard, is here to give you a presentation on the financial statements and the findings.
All right, good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you all and present the report on the annual audit. So it's exciting. We do this pretty much every year, it seems like around this time. So yeah, so just by way of introduction, my name is Ryan Domino. I'm a partner with LSL CPAs. And you want to go ahead and go to the next slide, or is there a clicker? Got it. No worries. I'm learning as I go. Thank you. Okay, so just as a broad overview for the scope of the engagement, so we have been engaged by the city, again, to perform the financial statement audit for June 30th, 2023. We conduct our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. So this is really the baseline audit that every organization and every auditor follows, regardless of industry. But also the city is subject to government auditing standards, which is really a step above a higher level of audit that's required. And the whole point of a financial audit is really to render an opinion as to whether the financial statements that are presented here are accurate and reliable in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Just a couple of things that an audit is not. It's not our job primarily to provide an opinion on operations. So if income increases or decreases, that's not the main objective. The only time we would ever report on operational results is if we believe there's potential for a severe financial hardship in the next 12 months. So unless that's out there, we don't really talk about it in our report. The other thing, a financial audit is not a forensic audit. So although we're supposed to be aware of fraud, we're supposed to consider the risks of fraud, and we perform certain tests to see if anything might exist, we're not looking under every rock, so to speak, trying to hunt it out. And obviously, if we were to find any sort of thing, we would report it. Our audit's broken up really into 2 phases. We have our year-end phase and our interim phase. Interim happens first. It happened in May and early June of last year, and this is where we examine the internal controls at the city. We review policies, procedures, really the process by which the numbers are generated in the financial statements. And during this time, we provide feedback to management if we were to come across any sort of deficiencies in control. We also perform our risk assessment at this time. So a financial audit is a big job. If we were to audit every single transaction that the city enters into during the year, the audit would probably still be ongoing, and we'd probably only be halfway through the year. So we have to really focus our audit on areas that we consider to be riskier, and so we determine where those are at, and we plan some procedures to respond to it. So back in October, we really did what everyone thinks of as the audit. This is when we dove into the details of the transactions, the account balances, and perform our tests of compliance with laws, regulations, grant agreements, bond covenants, all those things required by government auditing standards. So we do all of this work pretty much for a little 3-page letter that sits in the very first section of the financial section of the audited financial report there. We issued an unmodified auditor's opinion, so this means that the financial statements are accurate and they are reliable as of June 30, 2023. Unmodified opinion is the highest and best opinion that we're allowed to render in the profession. We also issue, in accordance with government auditing standards, the report on internal control and compliance. So this is basically where we would report any sort of deficiencies in internal control that we identify, or non-compliance. And so this year we just had one comment in that letter, primarily related to the financial closing process. As I'm sure we're all aware, the city did experience a considerable amount of turnover this past year, which resulted in a little bit of not only delays in the audit, but also a recommendation as to how improvements could be made. The other letter that we issue along with our report is just what we call our auditor communication letter. It doesn't have a header or anything in your packet, but it's really going to talk about a few other things that we do during our audit. One is the severe financial hardship. If we were to come across anything like that, we would talk about it in this letter. If we were to identify any sort of fraud, waste, or abuse of the public funds during the year, we would also report it in this letter. Pleased to report we don't have either of those or any of those things I just mentioned. We had no disagreements with management about the application of accounting principles this year. We had no difficulties conducting our audit. Management was very forthcoming in all of our requests and getting us everything we need to conduct the audit, so we are appreciative of that. And then we also review estimates that go into the financial statements. The biggest estimates in there are the pension and other post-employment liabilities. So we look at the underlying data that is provided to the actuaries to make sure that they got good numbers with which to work. So I mentioned accounting principles. There was one very significant change in accounting principles this year. This impacted every government in North America, pretty much. It's GASB Statement number 96. What it did was it changed the accounting for subscription-based information technology arrangements. So if you have a software that's like in the cloud or something like that that you are paying an annual or monthly subscription for, this new accounting change basically requires you to record a liability for the future payments on that subscription and then offset it with a asset for the use of that license, so to speak. And so the net effect of this change in accounting principle is you'll see a new subscription asset in the financial statements in the amount of about $5 million and a liability for the future payments on that asset at about $4.1 million. All right, so then finally I always like to do just a few high-level financial highlights. If you have further questions as to the more specific stuff, the management's discussion and analysis is really the best place for that. But a few high-level things I always like to go over is the general fund. So general fund balance did decrease $17.5 million to about $65.8 million this year. The general fund unassigned balance, so this is, think of it as your reserves that are not committed, assigned, or restricted for any other purposes. These are available for spending. It represented 18% of expenditures, which is above the 15% recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association. So that's positive, as well as 23% of total fund balance. Expenditures came in $6.1 million under budget, so another positive there. Capital assets did increase this year, most likely due to all of the construction going on in the city, so that went up about 7%. And then long-term liabilities did increase very significantly this year for a number of reasons. One is the issuance of the new bonds that happened, but also the pension liability increased fairly considerably as well. This is not unique to the city. This happened for anyone that's really part of the CalPERS system during the year. CalPERS recorded a very poor 2022 investment return, and unfortunately that impacts everybody that's part of the pool. And then finally, the other post-employment benefits liability went in the right direction and decreased $15 million, mainly due to an update of actuarial assumptions. So that is my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
So that's a net increase of only 15 million or something like that, that last slide.
Oops. It went away. Yes, the 15 million for the other post-employment benefit.
So it's 34 minus 15.
Those are two different.
Two different funds.
Two different liabilities. Yes, the pension is your, obviously your retirement, and then the other post-employment benefits is health care after retirement. Yeah.
Do we have any questions of the
No, just need to get CalPERS to invest better. So,
Yep.
$34.1 million off is pretty bad.
That's just one city's amount.
Yeah, I know. So you don't have anything that we can do to help you? I mean, obviously, we're very proud of our assistant city manager, finance director, and our staff, but it sounds like everything went well from what you were needing to get accomplished. And
Yeah, absolutely. The audit went good. They were, like I mentioned, very accommodating towards all of our requests, got us everything we needed, and always a pleasure to work with.
just for my own recollection and for other people too, when you do the audit net, you decide what receipts and where you decide to pick it. So it's not like they hand you this and say, check this. You guys pick it and they have to pick it out. So they never know what you're going to come from.
Correct. There is definitely a random element in every audit.
I think that's good for people to know that it's not something that's given by staff, that it's independent from what they do, and you pick out one certain account and make sure that it's done right.
No,
what's in there.
We take our own samples.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
No? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Rockwell, do you have any closing comments?
Nothing to add. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for the report, and thank you for all the hard work, especially with the change in staff.
I'm more than happy to make, if nobody else speaks, to make a recommendation to receive and file the City of Indio's annual comprehensive financial report for the year ending June 30th, 2023.
And I'll second that.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Miller and a second by Councilmember Elaine Holmes. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes unanimously with the two absent parties. Our next item, 9.2, fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget report. Mr. Rockwell.
More financial information.
Wonderful.
Do you want to let the Youth Advisory Council go over?
Do you guys want to hear this, or you want to go?
You're not going to hurt our feelings either way.
Did you say go like real fast?
I have feelings too.
It's our last item, but if you really want to go, you can go.
This is money.
They don't want to hear numbers. Good night.
Thank you.
This will not take too long. Some important details to go through. It's a privilege to present to you and a pleasure to go over the financial information. Tonight I'll be giving you an update on the mid-year budget report. That's the halfway point in the fiscal year, which started in July and ended in December. That's the information flow. I would say in one word, the financial situation is good. There are no major issues to report. There are recommendations in the report to increase general fund revenue by $6.32 million in revenue, and I'll go through that in a little bit more detail. I would also like to spend a few times in the presentation looking over general fund revenue trends, discussing general fund 5-year outlook, as well as going over recommended department budget adjustments that are incorporated into the document. So, as the budget was adopted, you authorized in the general fund $134.8 million in expenditures. The recommendation is you increase that authority to $140.98 million, supported by a revenue increase again of $6.32 million overall. About 75% of all the tax revenue, 75% of all the revenue that comes from the general fund is tax revenue. So I'd like to go over the top 6 sources, and if you're playing from home, maybe you want to write down what you think those top 6 sources are for your guesses, but I'm going to go through them right now. So 6 on the list of the top revenue sources in the general fund is utility users tax. There's a 6% tax on utilities, 3% on cable use. There's actually 5.5% increase on telecommunications. Seniors are exempt once they're at the age of 62. The 10-year growth, meaning the measurement point from when the revenue received in 2014 versus 2024, is an increase of 23%, about $1.9 million. And if you look at the graph, you can see The solid line represents actual revenue that the city has received, and the dashed line are projections through fiscal year 28. So this revenue source is stable. It's very slow growing. It's only been a 23% increase in 10 years. It's very subject to changes in utility rates, and also sometimes when there's competition among the telecommunication providers, we see revenue fluctuate. We are recommending that the council do increase the budget for utility users tax this year by $500,000, which will bring it up to the $10.3 million expectation for the year. The fifth largest tax source is property taxes for the general fund. It's based on property value. Of course, it's subject to Prop 213, which means it only can go up 2% a year unless there's a change in the base value of the home, which usually occurs upon selling it. The 10-year growth in property tax revenue is $6.6 million, and that's an increase of 104%. So it's basically doubled in 10 years. This revenue source has been very stable. On average, it has been going up 8% a year. The last 2 years are a bit of an exception to that rule. Last year, the average is closer to about 13%. Now, when we received the taxes about a year after the valuation occurs, so there's a bit of a delay in what you might see occurring in the market today from the revenue that we receive a year from now. So given that we're experiencing some increases in interest rates and the housing market has cooled off, future year revenue might not be quite as robust as what we received this year. That's the point. And so this has been stable, and there is a recommendation that you do increase the revenue expectation for property tax by $1.85 million this year. The fourth highest revenue source is property tax in lieu, and that's in lieu of vehicle license fees. Before 2004, the city actually received vehicle license fees. When the state decided to do some revenue swaps for their own benefit, the city got property tax and lost the vehicle license fees. That's been somewhat to our benefit because vehicle license fees is based on population and assessed value like property tax is. And so that's worked to our benefit. Over the 10-year period, the revenue has increased $5.7 million, about 76%. It's been very stable. Average growth is 7%, and staff is recommending that you do increase this revenue source this year by $750,000. The third largest source is transient occupancy tax. And the tax is 10% if you are a lodging facility with more than 50 rooms, and the tax is 13% if it's less than 50 rooms. And of course, this is a tax on the transients, the tourists, not the business. It is 13% for short-term rentals, and if there's any camping going on, such as during the festival times. Over the 10-year period, this revenue source has grown $12.2 million, 312%. It's by far the fastest growing revenue source in the city, and that's mainly due to the growing short-term rental industry in the city of Indio. In fact, about 61% of our revenue is now generated from short-term residential rentals versus traditional hotels, which are generating closer to 39%. Short-term rentals are actually bringing in closer to $10 million for the city of Indio now. In the chart, you'll see that this has been somewhat volatile. Given the pandemic, we saw this revenue source fall pretty significantly. It has since rebounded. You'll see if you look at this current year, fiscal 24, there's a slight bump. That's mainly due to the Power Trip concert that took place in October. There's no known expectation of another October festival next year yet, so we do expect this revenue source to be fairly stable. It's had a 39%. Okay, we're also recommending that you increase this revenue source by $950,000 in this recommended budget. The number 2 largest revenue source is sales tax. This is the 1% on customer goods, so it's the 1% of the 8.75% that we pay in sales tax when we buy something locally. The 10-year growth is $10.4 million, and it has grown about 137% over that 10-year period. This revenue tax is, I would say, volatile as well. It did drop during the pandemic. It has sprung back, but unlike transient occupancy tax, which is based on the tourism that comes into the city, this is based on how much spending local residents do in our city, and as well as guests in the city of Indio. And then contrary to the other revenue sources, we're really seeing sales tax revenue start to cool off. So we're not recommending any increases to sales tax revenue this year. And in fact, we're hoping that it actually equals the same amount it did last year, but it doesn't look like, based on the trends to date, that it's going to quite be as much as it was last fiscal year. The number one largest single source of general fund tax revenue is the transactions and use tax, which we locally refer to as Measure X. It's a transactions tax because it's based on where the goods are used, not where the goods are purchased, which is the typical sales tax scenario. It is 1% of the 8.75%, so cumulatively with sales tax, that's 2% of the 8.75%. We don't have a 10-year trend because this tax was started by the voters in 2017. It is also volatile because it's based on spending patterns, and as we know, wars in politics influence people's natures to save or spend, and the tax source fluctuates accordingly. It's grown, it's 10% average growth, which is a little bit stronger than sales tax growth has been over the 6 years that we've had it. And we're not recommending any increases to this budget either because this target looks good. Looks like it's going to be the same as it was last fiscal year. So those are the significant revenue sources for the city of Indio. And I think, as I mentioned, we are recommending an increase in revenue of $6.32 million. So in addition to those tax sources, we are recommending an increase in ambulance fees, $850,000. That's mostly due to new state programs that cover more ambulance fees than they used to. We're also recommending a $420,000 increase in waste franchise fees. Those are significantly tied to actual waste disposal fees. And we are also recommending an increase in short-term rental permit revenue by $1 million. So I know this is a busy slide, but if you take all those revenue expectations, that's this first line here, is that we're showing you what we expect revenue to be this year, which is the left side of the blue line, and then right of the blue line are these revenue projections that we're expecting into the future based on the previous graphs. And if you look at the report, it provides a lot more detail on exactly what goes into those revenue assumptions in the future, like where we expect sales tax to go. You saw it on the chart, but there's some more details in there. So what we've done here is, this is the multi-year outlook. We take those revenue assumptions and we line them up against expected cost increases. So you'll see in each of these lines, there are some categories, some primary categories of expenditures that we use to offset that revenue. So we have salary and benefit line, and you can see that we are expecting a pretty significant increase in salary and benefits next year, going from $34 million to $37 million. That is really a three-part kind of impact. It's those PERS costs that are going up that Bryan mentioned earlier. It's also the expectation of some cost of living increases that the council has already approved, and we are kind of expected some similar increases for other staff. And it also includes funding for some police officers that we took some salary savings expectations for this year. So it's fully funding of all positions in next year's budget. General operations, there's a small assumed increase of about 2% a year. This is typically to cover insurance and general services that we pay for, like landscaping, that may go up year over year. Fire and ambulance is on here because that's a pretty significant increase in costs. As I think we've talked in the past, there's some labor agreements that the state has implemented with fire department staff that are trickling down to the local level that are requiring us to change our staffing levels, in addition to modifications in how we have to pay those fire department fire department officials. So those costs are going to go up more likely 5 to 7% a year into the foreseeable future, with probably a 7% increase next year, which we hope levels off to more closer to a 5%. That's about $1 million to $1.5 million a year that we have to commit to the fire contract. You'll see there's a one-time project line. We have been spending a lot of prior year savings on projects. We don't know if we're going to have one-time money in the future, per se, to spend on projects, because that one-time money comes after we close the year. If we had additional revenue, if we had less spending than we expected, that one-time money is then appropriated in a future period for those one-time projects. So at this point in time, until we get to those years, we don't know yet if there's going to be any one-time savings. Looking at general fund contingency, this is just the assumption of $500,000 that's earmarked in the appropriations for contingency account. This is an account that you appropriate every year that gives the city manager a little flexibility to move money out of contingency into operational needs on an immediate basis during the operational year. And we're going to talk a little bit more about contingency a little bit later. We have an assumption that we'll continue to fund vehicles and equipment at $600,000 a year in the future. We did pull out general park maintenance in a line here just to emphasize the fact that we are assuming that there will be some additional maintenance needs at the sports park, the new sport parks that's going to be built here in the next year or two, as well as to recognize the contractual obligation with the Desert Rec District, who of course has been engaged to activate and our parks for us in the city of Indio. As revenue is going up, our policy does suggest that we maintain at least 15% of general fund revenue in an emergency reserve. So as revenue is going up, we're also suggesting that we do take some of that money and put it into the emergency reserve. The reserve is now $18 million. And then after you talk about emergency reserve, this next section gets a little bit more complex, only because we start to talk specifically about Measure X. And for everyone's knowledge, as you know, you have asked us to take the Measure X dollars and to kind of separate them from the general fund, isolate them, if you will, for only particular type of expenditures. So what we have here is we're recognizing that separation of Measure X. This first line is a Measure X retiree health care set aside, and this is news to you. This is something that the city manager and staff are recommending that we, in the future, set aside $1.5 million for retiree health care. And the reason that is that right now, most employees receive, upon retirement, thank you, Sapti, a lifetime medical benefit if they retire from the city of Indio. That benefit has somewhat been modified, that there's now a vesting schedule, if you will, that limits that. But the reality is the city has promised benefits that have been evaluated to be about $50 million in cost, and the city hasn't been diligent about setting money aside to fund that obligation. So per your direction, there has been some changes that have to be agreed upon with the labor units that sunset that retiree benefit, and that has been successfully discussed and agreed to with our police officers, but it has not yet been discussed with the non-sworn or non-safety union groups. So as part of that discussion in potentially sunsetting the benefit, the best thing for the city to do would also be to set money aside to fund the promise that it's already made. So this 1.5 obligation would be a small allocation set aside towards that $50 million obligation. Right now the city only has about $2.5 million set aside for this obligation, so this is just being prudent about setting money aside for that obligation. Something you are familiar with is the Measure X road rehabilitation set aside. So that $5 million out of Measure X is being recognized into the foreseeable future. You're familiar with that. And also, you have authorized the use of Measure X to pay for debt service. So we paid for some bonds related to the Jefferson Interchange, and then more recently bonds for the public safety campus. And what you see here is a $4 million obligation this year and next. That's increasing to $8 million a year. And that increase goes up as we complete construction on these new buildings, the dispatch center, the public safety center, the fire station, and the city hall and the library. So ultimately that will be $8 million. And then lastly you have is the Measure X project set aside. So what this represents is after you take out the retiree health care money, the road rehabilitation money, the debt service, this is the amount of Measure X funding that's available and at your discretion, but still earmarked here so that it doesn't take away from the bottom line. So we're not effectively using any of that money to cover any operational costs. So it's all been set aside. So the $7.88 million under 24-25, looking at next year, right now that's the expectation of how much Measure X money will be unobligated and available to you to use on one-time projects as you have done in the past. And so you come to the bottom line, and The outlook says that we will have about $330,000 available if all this comes in exactly as we project. It won't, of course. There'll be some fluctuations. Revenue could be different, could come in better than expected. There could be some economic turbulence that brings revenue down a little bit. We will adjust. It's a small amount, but if you look in the outlook in the future years, you see that negative starting to grow a little bit. And that's an indication that potentially expenditures might outpace our revenue. Revenue, again, is assumed to grow about $2.5 million a year. And given all this analysis, and again, if you look at the report, there's a lot more detail on all these type of assumptions. We might be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit on the expenditure side. I don't think this is a big concern, but it's just something to be aware of. And I think what it means is we need to keep our eyes open, right? And you have staff to help you do that, watching the economy and suggesting ways of keeping costs within our means. Any questions on the multi-year by chance? Okay, so I'll move on to the last busy slide. So I mentioned earlier appropriations for contingency. And appropriations for contingency are money that you have appropriated in the budget, and the city manager has been given discretion per policy to allocate those funds to operational needs as they come up. So what you have at the top section of this page is all the transactions the city manager has authorized pulling money out of the contingency account. And again, that money was established when the budget was adopted. So we have $4,500 coming out for a storage container, $30,000 for some intern funding. That was a contract with the college, some interns. $5,000 for a farmer's market, $150 for downtown Bing renovations, $13,000 for some Hurricane Hillary related costs, and $15,000 for building demolition. And again, there's more detail in the report if you want more information, and staff is here to answer questions if you have them. So right now there's $282,000 remaining in the contingency account. And then, not as a matter of requirement, but as a matter for function, we recognize all the additional general fund revenue in contingency. This is a nice place to kind of wrap everything together. It's in a nice package this way. So we're putting the $6.32 million into contingency, bringing the account balance up to $6.6 million. Now, what you have at the bottom part of this chart is all the recommendations that are incorporated into the mid-year budget report, increasing appropriations for various departments. And I'll just go through that quickly. So we're requesting a $16,000 increase in the emergency preparedness budget unit for a grant match, $150,000 in communications and marketing related to a stagecoach booth for the city of Indio, $11,000 for bulletproof vests for the police department, $70,000 for appliances and gym equipment for the new fire department station, $180,000 for an covering increase in refuse disposal services. The big one here is a $4 million ask to do additional road rehabilitation and maintenance that would enhance what you've already funded in the budget for road maintenance. There's a $360,000 ask for a downtown stage restroom. Staff is requesting $1 million for art center renovations, and requesting a $650,000 budget increase to do some fiber optic connections related to internet access that's going in the city of Indio. So if you approve all those increases, the remaining balance in the contingency account will be $144,000. This does not reflect all the recommended budget adjustments that are incorporated into the report. It does most. It does contain all the general fund adjustments, the new adjustments. There are other adjustments as well for information technology and for the Indio Water Authority. The report is 23 pages, so it clearly has a lot more information than I can provide to you tonight. There is also a cover letter that precedes that report with a lot of great information from the city manager. I encourage everyone to read that letter. With that, my hope is that you will approve the recommendations in the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Rockwell?
I do. Thank you, Rob, for the detailed report. So when you talk about the $1.5 million from Measure X, that's going to be a continuance to continue to pay this down?
Annual option for you to consider. And
So an
the
option.
recommendation is that you consider doing it permanent in the short term until you have a substantial amount of the liability funded. But it will be annually at your discretion.
But yeah, but one of the things we did when we did Measure X, as you know, is we said we'd use it for one-time projects. Like the one we did the bridge, because it was a settlement we had to do, it was a one-time deal. It wasn't like we were gonna fund something back and forth. I'm a little leery, and I know why you're doing it, because, you know, our liability pension for both medical and for the salaries is very high. You know, it's being an older, you know, we're almost 100 years old. We had our own fire department one time, police department, and we've gathered up quite a bit of debt for liability. And as you saw from CalPERS, that they can't invest their money very well, you know, and when you can't even meet your numbers in this kind of economy where you have, you know, the stock market's doing well. The basic individuals are getting high inflation, but the stock market, if you invest in the right stocks, made good money. So, you know, my concern is that we're gonna start nickeling and diming our Measure X money, and then when we start to get our road money and need other stuff going on, we're not gonna be able to wean ourselves off of it to be able to do projects in the city that are gonna be one-time projects. That's where I get weary of it, because we were down this road one time before, and, but it's a half, you know, I know we have a big liability. How we get there and knock that off without doing it is something we gotta discuss.
I think my thought on that, I mean, I cringed as well, but at the same time, we get to review this on a yearly basis. This is not like putting it into employees or salaries or whatever, where it's just gonna be an ongoing thing that, you know, the dollars get sucked up and we can never reel it back in. We get to review this on a case-by-case, year-by-year basis. And I think that gives us the flexibility to decide from year to year whether or not we want to continue that. Because, I mean, I really think it's a good option and the right thing to do, considered the current climate.
If we're able to make a difference, yes. If it's gonna take $1.5 million out, it's really not gonna make a big dent out of it, because the CalPERS board is gonna continue to hammer us. I mean, with the fire department going up millions of dollars at a time because of the contract the governor signed, and I'm not saying they're not worth it and they weren't underpaid before, it's still something that's affecting the city when we're growing it at $2 million and we're paying out $2.8 million for one contract. The county, and I've asked of this for the county to come for the animal control. I understand from talking to people that have already started the conversation with the county that that's going to go up quite a bit. We really need to look at some of these things. That's what makes me nervous, is that the rising costs of other things that are not in our control that are going to end up being shoved down our throat or have a bad service for our residents. So, you know, I see the $4 million. I would feel better about giving a $5 million payment or something one time to bring it down, and then look after a while to go back, than I would to put it in there $1.5 million, $1.5 million. My personal opinion. And pay it one time and be done with it. And so that then in 3 or 4 years, you can adjust and allow the rest of our expenses to kind of fall in line. So, I mean, that's where I kind of look at this. I have the distinct feeling that it's not going to be the city or the city staff that's going to put a torpedo in a lot of our plans. It's going to be outside government agencies from the state and other local agencies that we're partners with.
Remind us of the total obligation.
It's $52 million. We do an actuarial evaluation every other year because that's required in the financial statements. And it did go down, as Ryan mentioned, this last year by about $15 million, but I don't think you're going to see it come down any farther than $50 million. And that $50 million is based on existing retirees as well as potential future retirees from the city of Indio.
What happened? Didn't we set up some kind of trust account? Was that for this, or was that for something else?
We set up 2 trust accounts, one for pensions and also one for retiree health care. And we've put about $2.5 million into that trust now. So what we do typically is, if we have any savings, we budget to pay what's referred to as the pay-as-you-go cost for retiree health. It's costing us about $2 million now to pay for existing retirees. We're just not setting anything aside for future retirees.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
I want to, Mayor, just quickly, the recent approval of the MOU with the POA as well as the PCU, the police units, did indicate a commitment to start paying down in exchange for discontinuing prospectively the retiree health for new employees, not existing. It was that we would make an effort to pay down that, as to solidify that fund as much as possible. The mayor mentions the trust. I think it's a good idea, and we ought to continue to put some money there, but that does lockbox the money, where the discretion that Councilmember Holmes indicated is on an annual basis. It really is a one-time expenditure. Every year you can look at it and say, can we do this or not, or should we put it in roads? Is there another facility we're looking at? But if we don't start paying that down, it's kicking the can down the road. At $50 million, 48, whatever it is now, we need to address it, and we've made some early commitments to the employees we would do that. Just want to remind of the MOUs that.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just, it's difficult when we made an agreement with people. The only reason I agreed to back the measure was I didn't think it would be as profitable as it was, but also was that it'd be one-time fees, that we would invest all that money back into our residents and not into anything else. Because people see the pensions, they see the medical, they see the stuff, and a lot of our residents are hardworking individuals that a lot of them are struggling. I mean, it's just the way it is with the inflation. And so, you know, they want to see things that's going to come for them. And I'm not saying we're not doing a lot. I just don't want to get this, because this time what I'm looking at is $1.5 million. Then a year from now, we have another thing. Let's just take another $1.5 million. It's just going to pay down. We'll never have enough money to do what we all want to do. But that's where concern is, because once you get on that slope, you start setting precedents and starting to go back down. And that's my concern.
Well, it's wise management, and it's music to our ears to hear that, because if you start using that one-time revenue for recurring expenditures, you spend it once and it's absorbed forever, it's gone. So there was on the summary that Mr. Rockwell indicated, in outgoing years, you do have some discretionary Measure X money for these type of things. If you needed that 1.5, you could slide it down and skip a year. But if it's available, I also think it's wise management to put some in. And those could go to the trust. They could just be reserved and assigned as part of the fund balance. And we could discuss that every fiscal year.
Yeah.
What you would like us to do, and you're not bound to those in any way.
Yeah, and I think if we can do something, I think there's creative ways to get at it. Like if we can work with our partner Golden Voice and that on every concert that's other than the 3 that we have, maybe all that funding goes towards paying off, because it's money we didn't budget for. We don't ever know if they're going to do a second or third or fourth concert after the 2 they do. Well, 3 actually. But maybe that money, it's $1 million, $1.5 million, maybe that goes into the fund and starts paying it off as we're going along. And maybe we can get our partner to put up another concert in October and November to help us fund a few of these things.
You mentioned doing, or possibly your preference would be to do a lump sum rather than 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, but where would you propose that come from?
Yeah.
Well, we've got $4 million in road money that we're proposing. There's no thing besides the $5 million we're spending. I know Tim's looking at me.
Tim,
Don't give me that look.
Yeah.
Are we ever going to be done with the roads?
No.
That's why I said we'll continue to do it, just like we're never going to be done with the pension either.
Yeah.
Even if we pay $1.5 million.
I'm not taking dollars out of the roads. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Where do you take it from? Is the question.
It's easy to take it out of Measure X because it's something that's there that's good, but like I said, it's a slippery slope.
In the past, we budgeted the amount that we would put in the trust every budget cycle.
Yes, and we'll bring that up here coming up in May. Also, we need to discuss in May these obligations that are still outstanding on the 2 interchanges. Monroe is close, Jackson's still a ways off. We need to focus on those commitments. I think there is a chance that some additional revenue will come through the RCTC measure in the fall, and so that could be deemed a higher priority than set assigning a lump sum on the health, because Jackson's sorely needed, as is Monroe.
Yeah.
Well,
like I said, there's never been enough money.
Yeah, and that's what got us here, is that it always gets kicked down.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
But thank you for keeping it top of mind, Rob. We'd love to have a repayment plan that we could all agree on, but right now, just based on all of the hits that we're taking from other increases to our budget costs, I don't know. I just don't see how we can do it right now, but maybe 6 months from now, we will. I don't know.
I think we need to have another session where we start talking about our priorities again as things have changed, as the city's grown, as we've continued to get a newer amount of individuals coming in that haven't lived here before. As we go to our soccer parks and that, do we invest more in upgrading our parks? I mean, our parks have been closed for a long time. As we work on them, we're getting a lot of damage. You know, we're paying more money in damage than we would if we had security there on a continual basis to watch it, to be honest with you. You know, we
And
had
that's-
Miles Park that got stolen, the lights
Graffiti.
and wires again, you know, so.
Yeah, that's the part of the purpose of that DRD contract. Yeah, just to remind you, the $1.5 million wasn't something we're requesting of you to appropriate now
Oh,
as
yeah.
part of that
No, we
contingency.
saw it.
Yeah,
Yeah, we know.
it's
Future
a future.
consideration.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, you're trying to give us a longer view.
Yes.
It's
Exactly.
hard for us to look down the long view with all these,
Stuff that comes
all
constantly.
these side swipes we get with other increases. But thank you, Rob, for the report. This is a receive and file, so if there be no further questions.
There are action items in this.
Oh,
We gotta-
are there?
to
Okay.
move the money. And Brian, when are we gonna talk about the second phase of the police department and the other areas that go on with
That'd be
that?
the budget time as well.
Capital, CIP.
Okay, because I'd like to see where we stand on that also. Thank you.
Do we have a,
We're gonna motion, but he talked about several action items, so I'm
Shoot, shoot.
happy to make the recommendation that the city council and the Indio Water Authority Board
here it is, yeah.
receive,
Yeah,
file,
that's
and
it.
approve the recommendations and associated budget adjustments reflected in the fiscal year 2023-24 mid-year budget report attachment A.
Since nobody else will second it, I'll second it.
I'm so
Oh,
happy.
Thank you both
Yes.
for stepping up.
Gosh.
If there be no further discussion, please indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes unanimously with the 2 absent members. That concludes our with administrative items. Moving on to item 10, public comments for items not on the agenda. We have a un requisito para hablar, a request to speak from Mr. Zamudio. And if anyone else would like to speak, come on up, Mike. Please fill one out, turn it into city clerk. We'll be happy to hear from you. Yeah, I know. Are you ready?
Wow, that's great. Well, good evening, Mayor, council members, audience. I just have a couple of comments. My first one is, I was going to address the 2 council members today because I understand they're running for assembly and one is running for Senate. And I hope this is not something that we're going to see every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks at our council meetings that they're absent. They signed up for this, and they signed up for a lot of things here in the city. And if they end up winning those 2 seats, our city's going to miss out. There's still work that they need to accomplish. But that's neither here nor there. I want to make a comment about our city parks. They're starting to really come. They're looking good. I'm glad that the rec district is doing their job. I've seen the workers coming in, cleaning graffiti, restocking paper towels, and just cleaning up and walking around and picking up the trash. And so I'm pretty satisfied. I'm really happy that we finally got somebody there, like on a continuous basis in all of our parks, not just one. The other thing is, I wanted to ask what's going on with the Indio Sports Park. Are we out for bid? Is it going to be built? And my final question was, over on, what is this, Smur Street? The next one over is Smur, am I correct? I noticed that the lighting, the palm trees and the new lighting there really looks great. I'd love to see it on Town Street also, from 111 all the way down to Miles. So just a comment, that's all. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Zamudio. Are there any other requests to speak? Seeing none, we will close the public comment period. And if there be no objection, we will adjourn to our next council IWA meeting, which is March 6, 2024. And Brian, you'll let Mr. Zamudio know where we're at with the...
Yes. In fact, let's chat right now. Yeah, bids will be in by the end of the month on the sports park.
Fabulous. Yeah, meeting's closed.
Okay. Just, can we, as long as we're talking about lighting and whatnot, Tim, city manager, the lights in the, what do we call them these days? Walkways, you know, where the cool umbrellas are and everything? So the lights are. Breezeways. Okay, the breezeway lights need to be replaced, please. They're out, most of the lights, particularly on the side opposite where the wedding place is, but on both sides, many of the lights are out. So, would appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.